Oh, yeah, sorry. A little bit of a late start to the stream today.
This can't go.
DLC for Lies of P is going to be 15 to 20 hours long. That's nice. Yeah, we're still pretty early in this game. We're at the second zone. Let's see, we completed this one. Yeah, we also completed this one. Veiled knives. Yeah, we've got the blacksmith. Been using greatsword, which is okay.
The Emperor used the knife's veil to frame us. They should have made sure we were dead. Now they'll pay for that mistake.
Took you 14 hours to 100% Lies of P. Seems kind of fast. Nadine. Hey, baby cat, thank you for the 9 months. Hello, Pete. Hello, Abbas. Holy. Should not have tried to poise through that. Surprised I can actually stand there. Holy shit, bro! Man is insane! He just destroys me. Jesus, that's not even a freaking elite enemy? That's wild. Works. Wait, do I not have my lantern on? I don't. Hello, Rip Tanya. What's up, Salad? Yeah, the spear's OP as fuck. I just got kind of bored using it because it was like so good. That's a shortcut. Yeah, the spear seems really, really busted. Have I been here? Just going backwards, aren't I? I'm confused. Yeah. Okay, buddy. Palattered. Oh. I think I just gotta go this way. Are we gonna get Silksong news? I don't know. I heard some like rumors that they like did some stuff on Steam for Silksong recently. I will say, I really like the fights in this game, but I think one of the weaker parts of this game is the freaking armor and weapons. The fact that you're just like using the same armor and weapons the entire game. They just keep getting stronger. Or I don't know, maybe there's like more sets as you get later into the game, but just the whole, I would rather it be like unique gear rather than, yeah, it's like Neo style where there's a million pieces of loot. I haven't really been playing this game that much. I think I have like 9 or 10 hours total at the moment. I was kind of sick the day the game came out, so I wasn't able to play it as much as I would have liked. We were using spear for a while, just switching it up. Can I just... Okay. Okay, I guess I'm just dead. Was I not at half health there? Did half my health? I thought I'm supposed to take like reduced damage while I'm charging, but clearly not enough. Enemy is so... Dude, I don't even know how to fight this guy. It's like actually insane. The greatsword feels like it's just like so crazy that the spear would probably just like stun lock this guy and kill him in like 5 seconds, and then The greatsword is just like I can't even do a charge attack without losing half my health. I'll try to attack more aggressively. Guess I'm dead. Like, I go for one charge attack and he does my entire health pool during it. Like, I was at full health there and he just killed me instantly during... He just did my entire health bar during one attack. Mind you, it's an attack that's supposed to give me increased damage reduction as well. The thing is, like, what I like have to face tank with the greatsword because my only other alternative is, I mean, spamming the quick attack, I guess, that does like fucking nothing. I don't know, man. Greatsword is cool, but yeah, spear definitely seems the best, like, by far. I don't know, I'm dead. I don't even know what I'm affected with. I have some sort was it poison? I don't know. The Italian Souls game. Yeah, the Notria. Notria was cool. Definitely that game got released like way earlier than it should have though. Well, what's so crazy to me is that they didn't even go out of their way to pay people to like pay voice actors for the NPCs in the game. The NPCs just had no dialogue, and it's like they're spending like hundreds of thousands of dollars sponsoring streamers to play their game, and it's like they can't like I can't imagine hiring like voice actors is that expensive. Or I mean, it's expensive, but like when you take into into consideration the fact that they're paying streamers so much, it's like maybe you should have put that money into like the game. I don't know. I always want to love these like Souls-like games, but like I always try to give them a fair shot. I was gonna say, oh, I'm not poisoned, but now I am. Man-eating spider scroll. Oh, the Devourer of Darkness armor. Nice. Shortcut. Dolmen was an interesting one. Dolmen truly had potential to be great. Yeah, we'll probably switch to the dual wield soon and give that a shot. Just need to get a good weapon for it. Dolmen was such a strange game. I wonder how many people actually ended up beating that game. Not very many. It's like a toned down spear. Yeah, the greatsword definitely feels like the weakest weapon in the game, I'll admit, but you tried the reflection skill? On the greatsword, or what do you mean? I have Counter-Strike, which is cool. In common? Reflection. Oh, reflection tree. Parry the enemy's attack, dealing... Oh. Take decreased health damage and increased stam damage. Burst attacks, grab attacks, and certain normal attacks cannot be parried. Yeah, I don't know. It seems weird, because there's like... Oh, well, there's a lot of... Most weapons have like a parry of their own, so... It's like, why would you even want to use this? Maybe it is good, though. I don't know. Do I want chance or slam? You can charge it. Charge, counter strike, or repeat the input after a successful brink guard to consume. How do I like it? The game? I'm honestly enjoying it a lot. There's some things that I'm not... I don't really like the gear system in this game that much, but... So that's my only complaint, really. I don't know how... Ooh, an elevator. Reflection is sick. It completely destroys enemy stam. Yeah, I could try it. How close to? Gale. I don't know, the Gale seems good, not gonna lie. Seems like it's one or the other though. Frenzy. Penetrate. Nullify damage from enemy attacks when activating Gust. I don't know what I'm doing. Guard. Is there like a... Oh. Okay, Counter-Strike after a parry. That's good. Oh, this is also a parry. Okay. Sure. Actually, should we have swift attack combos? I don't know. Probably. Okay. Sure. Good enough. Do I want to keep using the bard's armor? I guess it's fine. I don't know. Honestly, the skill trees are kind of like overwhelming. There's so many different skills to go for. I'm not really sure what's best. I think that's the one that parries. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with this weapon very well. Oh. I don't even know what just happened there. So we have Whirlwind, which is just like X and then triangle. We have Gale, which can like detonate. Okay. So basically we can hit them, we can injure them, and then if we hit them enough, we can detonate all the stacks. And we also have Ruthless, which is just like giga fast hits. We have a dodge move. I don't know if those are that great or not. We have Zephyr, and then this is also like a counterattack. Okay. That works. A lot of spiders. Dude, grab it! Back. Elevator. Oh. something here. Soul Tearstone Shard. Oh, it's like a better version of the Tear Dust. I see. Cool. I was wondering if we were going to get a better one, because these Tear Dusts barely heal like anything at this point.
General Kazan, over here.
Hello?
Edelman, why are you here?
I wanted to help, General. So I followed you. Okay. I used to be one of these bandits. I'm not proud of it, so let me tell you what I know. This citadel is their base. If you make your way through it, then you'll find Maluka. The Dragon Wars were a terrible time. The nobles abandoned or exploited the people they were supposed to be protecting. No wonder people turned to the likes of Knives Vale. They were supposed to be different. A group of righteous rogues standing up for the helpless. That's why I joined them. But in the end, they turned out to be just as bad as the nobles.
Yeah, what about Maluka?
Maluka was someone we all looked up
Is that
to.
who the boss is?
Strong, righteous, a true leader. But then something changed. He became cruel, ruthless, taking lives without mercy. When I tried reasoning with him, I was driven out. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't understand what made him change so much. And in the end, that's why I left.
Nice balanced build. My favorite. He's ringing. The super quality build, hell yeah. That's kind of fucked up. I couldn't talk to her. Oh god, not the dogs. Oh, I just went in this circle. Oops. Okay, guy just has 10 billion points. Cool. Wait, where the fuck? Where am I? I guess I went to the right here? Oh yeah, this guy. This is where the Giga Tank guy was. This weapon is... Are you kidding me? Oh, nice. I don't know how I feel about the Zephyr skill. It's like... Probably rather have something else. I don't know about Flash Cutter either. Sure, we'll try these. Gosh, there's so many different ways I can go. Does this phantom after when using Howling Blade or Whirlwind? Oh, okay, yeah. So it has to be one of the two. How do I get up there? What's up with these random girls? Like, I'm not gonna kill this one, don't worry. Just I don't get it. What's the point? Okay. Shortcut. Is there anywhere for me to actually go here? Yeah, dual wield is cool. Man, I'm confused. I never went this way. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I wish this game had a jump. I wonder if people have found any, like, speed tech for this game yet. Cannot be opened from here. Well, that's... I guess I gotta take the shortcut, but I'm still not really sure where I'm meant to go. Maybe I just need to drop down here? Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, the best weapon in the game definitely seems like it's the spear. Just what it seems like anyways. I don't know if these do that much damage. It's not bad. Maybe they have like scaling with certain stats.
Someone high up told us to kill Kazan. Promised to reward him with great rank.
One make a mod that enhance certain features of that. What does that even mean? What, you want to see his dick or something? I don't know where I should go. I don't know if this game will have mods. Oh wait. Was that a trap chest? Oh, it was. Ooh, Pilgrim's dual wield. Slightly less damage, but I think it's better. Letter from a spy. Kazan is planning to pull his forces back from the border. Tristan will be traveling to Vitalon with the withdrawal orders in hand. Intercept him and secure the letter before he reaches his destination. Set up an ambush along the route he's expected to pass.
The Long Emperor. Now I'll take down the dogs.
Whoa, shit. Holes like boulder section now. And this has been a long stage. Where is this? Oh, okay. Right. Neo's water sword. Yeah, it's kind of similar. Or like the Reaper attack. The Kusarigama, I think it was called. die. I don't know how impactful defense is. Like, I got a double defense roll on this, but yeah, I don't know how good it actually is. Nice. Cool. Surely the same thing won't happen again, right? Fucking archers, man, are so annoying. It's weird that you get like a massive blow, but then doesn't work the same anymore, though. Spear. you fucking serious? Dude, I thought my move is supposed to be a parry, but apparently it doesn't do anything. This one, Breeze Dash, can be used up to 2 times and nullifies the damage from an enemy attack when it starts. I don't know. I tried to press the button, but it just didn't work. I guess it has a long startup animation or something. Yeah, I know it needs the yellow resource, but I had that. Oh my god, dude. This move is trash. What the? Dude, it's like, oh my god, fucking do the input, please. When the hit stun in this game, if you get hit by an enemy and you don't dodge, you just fucking stand there for like 4 seconds, like they just broke your brain. You just sometimes I don't want to roll, but like you have to, because otherwise you'll just get permanently comboed. Am I going the right way? Oh yeah, nice.
Strange stench. What is it?
I don't know. I believe this is a boss, yes. Yeah, we got a skill point. This move seems really bad. Yeah, Wind Piercer might be decent. Let's try Gust. Alright. Yeah, this is obviously a boss fight. Not sure who, though.
It's him. He's the source of the stench.
Oh, right, it's like the leader of the Black Veil, or...
So you finally worked it out.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
Maluka.
here to make you pay for what was done to me.
Who do you think would be more famous? Great General Kazan, hero of the Empire, or the man who killed him?
Both just pig aiming on each other.
No, impossible. This isn't how my story ends. How dare you do this to me?
This is chaos.
Chaos.
That stench. Chaos. We should have guessed.
That's cool. I don't know how I feel about the dual wieldings. I don't know, like... It feels like all I can do is spam Whirlwind. Although, I suppose... I wonder if Howling Blade... I mean, Howling Blade could be better instead of Whirlwind, I don't know. Oops. Yo, and thank you for the 35 months. He does so much damage. These nomads give a ton of defense, though. No, I've never summoned. Funny because like he attacks with both of his weapons, but one of them misses. I don't understand. I don't actually understand what I'm supposed to do against that. Do I dodge it? The game is like slowing down time for me. His attacks are so slow. It's just so deceptive because you try to parry for when the first weapon should hit you, but it just doesn't hit you. Okay, just keep attacking. Do I get to hit? Yo, Dan, thank you so much for the raid. I don't understand how to dodge that attack. The game, it goes like slow-mo and then I just get destroyed. Like, I tried to dodge it, but... I feel like I do no poise damage at all. feel like I do nothing against this guy. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Dan. This game is tough, dude. This game is so tough. I think the previous boss I killed like first try. Or well, actually I don't know which boss we're talking about. I feel like Whirlwind is better than the other move. Okay. Like, this move just kind of sucks. Howling Blade. That's so bogus. I don't know if this Whirlwind is better, actually. I thought it was, but now I'm not so sure. What's he doing? This guy is brutal. Genuinely, this guy is brutal, dude. See, he just does that while I'm in the middle of my move, and then I'm fucked. Like I just lose 70% of my health and there's nothing I can do. God, I don't know, man. Like, we're close to getting a posture break there. No! Oh my god, dude. fucking move, man. Oh, just kill me. Sometimes you just get caught in such a bad... There we go. I love it when they're like one hit away from poise breaking, but then they just keep regenning because they don't actually do anything. They just walk backwards. How do you not get posture break? Because bosses in this game just instantly recover their stamina, even if you're continuously hitting them. Doesn't matter. That's a grab attack. This is so hard. obnoxious. I just want to heal, and I just want to hit you, but I can never hit you. Ever. When do I get to fucking hit this guy, dude? Like how he was one fucking inch away from being posture broken. Just recovers 70% instantly. It's just so obnoxious. fight doesn't seem too bad. I mean, now that I'm kind of getting the hang of phase 2, I just need to be ready for the grab attack. Just be ready for the grab attack. It doesn't seem too bad to parry in phase 2. Unless he has even more, which maybe he does, but... Ah, damn it. Just kill me. What's the stamina regen? I gotta say, that is one of my biggest annoyances with this game, is that you hit the boss and they just fucking recover their stamina anyways. So like, you end up in these positions in this game so often where, let's say the boss is at like half posture, right? And then you do a full fucking combo on them and you get them to like 5%. They're about to posture break. And then they go passive and they don't attack. They just walk backwards for 3 seconds and recover 60% of their stamina. And you just get in like an endless loop of like, oh, I'm gonna stop attacking and I'm just gonna walk backwards and recover all my fucking posture. It's like... And there's nothing you can do about it, because if you hit them, it doesn't stop the stamina from regenning. It's just... They just fucking... It just happens over and over again. It's so annoying. This is really bad. What are you doing? This is terrible. Just kill me, man. I take so much stamina damage when I the timing, it's just kill me, man. He just keeps doing his attacks at the worst possible time. Like, oh, I'm in the air? Well, let me do the fucking the burst attack or whatever the fuck it's called. Like, You saw another streamer do this fight with a spear weapon, had an easy time staggering? Yeah, it's because the weapon is broken. Spear is incredibly broken. think I have a little bit too much chaos debuff, guys. Okay, yeah, sure. He's just fucking jumping around. Not even attacking. Oh my god, I don't know. This fucking guy. Don't you like how he was he was like one fucking hit away, and now all of his stamina just comes back. Okay, does he? Lucky. Bro. Chill the fuck out, mate. To remember to do the wounds. Oh.
No. Make it stop. Stop the chaos, mortal.
What's my favorite weapon type? I mean, the spear is the best. I like them all, though, but...
Why is it failing me? No, it cannot be.
supposed to be impossible. Can chaos really be this powerful?
Why is that so hard to believe?
Souls do not disappear. Whether the body lives or dies, the soul is immortal. The souls of the dead always return to the netherworld. This has always been the natural way of things. The never-ending flow of souls. The cycle of life and death that is the balance of the universe. But that balance has been disrupted. With fewer returning souls, the netherworld has fallen into disorder. Foul chaos. Is that the cause of the disorder? It distorts everything it touches. But this, the obliteration of immortal souls, this is the worst thing imaginable. This chaos. We need to find its source.
Man, I was so close to dying there.
Maluka turning into that creature of chaos. Such a horrible thing to see. But I know he wasn't always that thing. He was good once. Something must have happened to him.
Think. What could have changed him?
There was a place he began visiting. What was its name? El Ravaka! That was it! After he started going there, that's when he began to change.
We must go to
El
that
Ravaka?
place. If chaos is there, we must stop it.
You know the way?
Yes, it's not far from here.
Okay. Should be able to level up a bit.
We used to
You're scared of this boss. Yeah, that fight was pretty scary. Oh, this is the butcher armor. Sure. Hi.
It's the sun.
Here. Is that it? Okay.
Chaos.
Oh, bonus mission. Get rid of all the blues. I wonder if you could get double attack damage. That starts getting pretty expensive. It doesn't seem like it.
Chaos. That dragon, see how it points to? Because of the we've been hearing, those could be a rogue.
A rogue dragonkin. Okay. What's my damage? 413. Got 2 more skill points. I guess getting spirit upon doing these things would be good. I don't actually use that much spirit at the moment, though. There is a side mission here. The Viper.
See, that must be what the witch was talking about.
Human, please don't hurt me. Please.
A dragonkin that can speak.
My family, please. Silence is not like other dragonkin. Silence grew up with humans. Silence does not hate human. Very bad. Very, very bad. Silence. Help. Leader General Zeldin is very...
General Zeldin. Alright. I'll help you, don't worry. Oh yeah, there was like a pot.
Everyone.
There was a pot in a previous area that I forgot to grab. I like saw it, but then I'm pretty sure I never ended up actually grabbing it. Oh well. Hunter's armor. Poison's any good. Also, I like this weapon, but I feel like I'm just spamming whirlwind nonstop.
If this was possible, I would have taught Xylens how to fight with a blade.
How's the game difficulty-wise? It's pretty fucking hard, honestly. I think this is... I don't know, I honestly feel like this might be the hardest Souls-like I've played. Or... action RPG, whatever. Don't you just spam Moonlight Trance charge attacks with the spear? Well, early on you do. I mean, I don't know, the last time I used the spear I had like 15 less skill points, I'm not really sure. Car's ring. Oh, the neck. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Stamina damage increase. There's a great... Oh, we actually got the... Could go back to the greatsword and try that, but... I think we got everything over here. Is the game worth buying? I would say so. Not a Souls-like. Yeah, it's more... I mean, I don't know, dude. I hate all these definitions. It's a game where you fight bosses. It's more like Neo, if anything. RPG. I mean, Souls games are RPGs as well, though. So. Hey, Jacking Chan, thank you for the 8 months. I feel like there could be more in this game in terms of, like, in terms of stats that could be on gear. I feel like they definitely, I don't know, there's really not that many different roles that you can get. They had, like, consumable damage, or, like, it would be cool if they had armor stats that affected consumables or like parries or... I will say that the stat bonuses on the armor are fairly generic. It's like stam, health, attack, stamina damage. I don't know. Oh my... This guy is crazy. What? Phantom form. Oh, whoops. So if you disable it, okay. You do keep the meter at least.
Stay safe, my precious son.
No more spear. Not right now.
The scale is reacting to something in this room.
Oh, this is a boss fight. At least I think, because there's a summon. $405 attack damage.
Leave.
All right.
Now.
Oh shit. It's been so long since I fought this fucking guy. Oh, it's the grab. Good fight. This is the boss we fought before. It's called Viper. Fought him a while ago, though. Not going great. Hello.
Thank you. You're strong. You found Silence's family. Silence.
When dragonkin and humans meet, they fight.
Sorry, buddy.
So, the crying was from a dragonkin. How pitiful. It's clear he was loved and cared for. So much so that his very nature had changed. It went to find vengeance, using that scale. No wonder the cries have stopped.
Alright. Oh. There's another quest for that dragon guy. Also devoured village. Oh yeah, I haven't used the memories in like a long time. These are, I don't even know, man. These things are weird. I think you just get them for completing missions or something.
Silence found them. The ones who killed my family.
You finally found them. I'll help you.
Hey, Hiko, thank you for the 103 months. Thank you very much, buddy. Man, we've got a lot of money. We got 150,000 coins. Pretty rich. Do I die? I do die. Lightning resist. Just finished Look Outside. You need to check that game out. Look Outside? kind of game is that? Schedule 1 is out. Is that game actually any good? I saw somebody was playing that today. It's like Fear and Hunger. It's a meme game. I see. Can this guy get in here? Chaos ridden. Spear. I feel like Pop Boy is somewhere around here. I don't know if I should bother trying to find the pots. It does look like there's a pretty nice helmet you can get, but I think you need like fucking 40. You need to find 40 of them or some shit. It's a little much. God, venom hurts. Venom really hurts. What is that sound? I guess that's just the background music. I don't know. I have speakers on, and I swear I can never hear like the audio cue for the pot enemy, the pot boys, whatever. My enjoyment of the game scale to 0 to 10. I don't know. Huh. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm enjoying the game a lot though. Can I really not break this? It's not. Oh, goodness. Oh, we're here again. What are we gonna fight here, I wonder? Probably repeated the boss from before. Well, at least we have practice with it now. Sure, this won't take too long. I assume it's gonna be the same. Oh, it's this guy. Mutated silence. That was kind of fucked up.
Is coming home now.
Sorry, buddy. What the hell did I just get? Claws? The hell was that? Craft gear from the Fallen Lords. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how I did so much damage there. That was weird. He was like taking no damage and then I don't know, he just like exploded. That enough now? Hello, Maidenless. I don't know how long this game is. It's got a pretty good amount of content though, I think. Alright. We never found the pot here. They stole our girl. El Ravica.
What in the hell's a ball of light devouring everyone?
I feel like that guy was gonna transform into something scarier. Oh. Interesting. So, huh. The whirlwind actually does give you height. The invis walls in this game are probably like insane anyways though. And it's mission-based structure, so honestly I feel like speedrunning this game would be probably really long. Wait a sec, is there... I don't know if I would say it's an annoying speedrun. It could be fun. What? Wait. This... The strategist seems... That's insanely good. Like, what? 50% received damage decrease. 30%... Wait. Now, that's... confusing. But that seems like a really good set bonus. Well, like 50%. Oh, so it's a 50% chance to decrease the damage you receive by 30%, I guess. Or maybe. Oh no, it's a 30% to reduce by 50. Yeah, I think, yeah, that makes sense. I think it's the other way around. Okay, I can't remember. Wait, do I have a follow-up for this move now? Gust? Oh yeah, I can. Divine Blessing 5 all over again. Yeah, kind of. Citrus of Cleansing? I don't know if this is gonna lead back out into like the courtyard. Doesn't really look like it. Oh, maybe.
stench of chaos
No,
emanating
that's
from
okay.
underground. Let us follow it.
Hold on, I gotta go back out. I want to make sure. There's another area we didn't check. Maybe it's a heal upgrade. Oh no, I think the heal upgrade is red. Deep Shadow Scroll. Okay. I think this is where yeah, that's where I came from. Oh, I think we got everything here. Wasn't a Souls-like you would play it. It's not really a Souls-like. But... Hey, you're lost, man. Yeah, that's true, Time Worn. I don't know, it's not very hard to be classified as a Souls-like anyways. God. Oh no, I can't. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait. Oh my god. I thought I was fucking dead. My favorite Souls-like game probably Lies of P. Honestly, this game is really good though too. Like the boss difficulty in this is genuinely, it's tough. Like this game is fucking tough. And a lot of Souls-likes or whatever the hell you want to call it end up being too easy. I want to try something. I don't know if this is gonna work though. I don't know. There might be a way, but the game really doesn't want you to be able to like attack off of a ledge. Which is, it's not like they did it because they didn't want people to like glitch or anything. It's because they just didn't want people to fall off ledges, which is fair. Kind of, be kind of annoying. Jeez. What happens at the full hallucination bar? I don't know. You hallucinate, probably. Well, we have 2 lightning resist rings, so that's good. Not the frickin' sewer level. Wait, can I? No, it's a fake window. Fucking fake window. Bullshit. Oh. Oh man, I don't like this. Don't like this one bit. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how he didn't notice me, but well, that one did. Okay, we came through this way last time. Trying to retrace my steps. Perfect. Woo, shit. Nice. Extra heal, that's huge. I feel like the extra heals are so uncommon, like you really don't get very many. Okay. So I guess this path was just for the heal. That was very well worth it. And was there anything? No, that's a dead end over there. This is the worst area now. It's like the Elden Ring sewers. Or Dark Souls 1. Level 72.
I accept your challenge.
Hi. Oh my god. I was gonna say, am I going backwards? I was like pretty sure I was, but it's always weird when you approach something from a different angle. Oops. I'm dumb. That's crazy, man. I got kind of destroyed. Hey Dennis, thank you for the 8 months, man. Welcome back. There's gotta be like a crystal I can attack here. I just have a feeling. There's gotta be, no? Maybe not. Oh god, this place is confusing. Holy. What's up, Salad? Best weapon so far? The spear. The spear is the best by a pretty large margin in my opinion, but I don't know, I could be wrong. That's just my initial impressions anyways. The thing about the spear is you have like a mode. You have a mode where you can do charge attacks twice as fast, and it just stun locks like most bosses. Like you can actually just spam charge attack. Yeah, but you can destroy every enemy with any weapon. The enemies aren't the hard part about this game, quite frankly. Necklace of the Blood Moon. Oh, it's the strategist one. Divine Blessing set, yeah. You drunk? Nice. I need some food, man. I'm really hungry.
Please let me go. How can you do this to someone?
Chill, bruv. You know you can toggle the helmet in the settings. Mm-hmm. Yep. Aha! I'm a deep dish enjoyer myself. Good night, Ajunta. There's gotta be like a jail cell that can open up. gotta be. This is back here. Oh, maybe up this way.
Elamine.
Did that open up the cells back this way, I wonder? No. There's like a shortcut gate over there, though. I don't know, all the people that are hating on Deep Dish, like... I feel like everybody hates on it, but they've never actually tried it. They just, like, don't like the idea, but... It's actually pretty fucking good. I actually kind of want to get Deep Dish now.
Elamine!
Fighting a ball?
Just a little longer.
I think we gotta hit the switches. Oh. Document detailing chaos experiments conducted on Maluka. Got myself a new subject, goes by the name Maluka. Apparently some notorious bandit with delusions of grandeur, ranting about changing the world through force. What an idiot. Result, success, combat capabilities enhanced. I thought he was just another 2-bit criminal, but he's got more grit than I expected. Managed to pull some decent results out of him. Chaos injector broke down. I dealt with the ones responsible by turning them into test subjects. Hopefully that'll send the right message. This time I managed to complete the experiment without a hitch, but if the injector fails during a live run, the subject becomes useless. I'm not about to take the blame for something like that. Tanya. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a drink, chat. I will be right back. extra calories for no extra taste. What are these opinions? Very questionable.
That stench again. There's something below.
Deep dish pizza tastes so different than like a normal pizza. You get so much cheese.
The chaos is coming from there. Stop it, mortal.
Meanwhile, Ella puts banana on his pizza. We don't talk about that. Hey, Maysox, thank you for the 46 months. Yeah, I'm playing on PC. Will I speedrun this? Probably not. This game's a lot of fun, but I don't know if it would be that good of a speedrun. I feel like this game might be like Black Myth Wukong. Okay. Wasn't really sure how strong those could be. Oh. Bookshelf. Need to get my souls back though. Oh, what the? I wonder, wait, can you do... There's like lightning resist, but... Oh my god. getting fucked up. It's interesting that one of the power lines was out there after I had like died to it or something. I don't know. It's weird. Whoa! Holy sh! I just find myself spamming the set like. I just spam fucking whirlwind over and over and over again with the dual wield. I want to do something else, but the thing is, I don't. Yeah, like you have to choose like one or the other. So I guess we should use the potent blow more though. Is there a way to make the spear shot stronger? Yeah, you can put skill points into the spear toss. I don't think it gives like that big of an increase though. But funny enough, there is actually an item. I haven't really used it at all yet, but it's called I guess it's the Spirit Ore. So I only have 2 out of 2 though. I wonder if the rest are in my bank or my box. Yeah, you can restore the spirit with these items. You can't have that many though. Pretty sure this guy's gonna attack me. No. Oh jeez. Oh. Got a shortcut, I think. I think? Yeah, if we go down this way, then we get to the shortcut door we opened before. Level 73. Wait, there was... an item here. Ghost Hill. Oh, the lasers are out now. Wait, what is going on? Oh, did I think I somehow unequipped. Yeah, whirlwind turned off. It's nice that you can actually just turn whatever skill you want off, though. It's actually pretty sick. It's like in Sekiro, I remember in Sekiro there's like a skill called it's like prosthetic follow-up, something like that. I don't know. And that skill leads into like pretty useful stuff, but the follow-up actually is like trolling. It's actually just worse once you get that skill. Huge skip. The invis walls in this game are brutal.
Other subjects if this one dies.
This guy uses fire. Okay. What the? He flamethrowered me. Nope, not this way. Wrong way. I'm gonna go, guys. I gotta say, the dual wield weapons are kind of growing on me. They're definitely they seem pretty good. Scout's log. The place looks like it's been abandoned for ages, yet the facility is still up and running. It must have something to do with the strange energy coursing through those scattered pipes. If I can uncover the secrets hidden here, it'll seal my legacy as the greatest explorer of all time. You know, I really wonder how much, like, how long this game is. I feel like I still have a lot left. And I'm already level, like, what, level 75 or something? Okay, this is where I came through. Deep Shadow. Should probably try to put on some new armor soon. It's just kind of I don't even really bother switching my stuff until it's been a while, because you get so much loot in this game. It's like you're gonna waste so much time just equipping shit. Essentially. Fire resistance still on? No. I don't think so. I gotta look at every drop. That's fair. Being able to charge the running attack is pretty nice, I'll say. A fan. Charged running attack plus follow-up. Does it have a follow-up? Use the second attack of a sprint attack. Oh, yeah. Wait. You guys suck. Why was I able to... It popped up, didn't it? No? Oh, let's do that. Yeah. Chaos is captivating, its power is beyond comprehension. If I could harness it, perhaps I could follow in his footsteps. But I dare not ask him about the true nature of chaos. For now I must produce results that satisfy him. Any failure could provoke his wrath, and if that happened...
Remember our mission.
Chaos?
Find the one experimenting with this evil.
It's gonna be a trap chest. Huh? $294 damage on the spear. I guess Nomad's helm isn't really... Wow, 50 attack damage with the Guardian armor. That's actually pretty good. And chaos resistance. We have Guardian? Any other Guardian? Not sure. We have the legs. Just the pants. I didn't skip. There's no guardian chest piece. Deep shadow. This gives us a ton of defense. Guard penetration 90%. Okay, I think this is fine. It's definitely better than what we had before. And we also have the strategist. And we have... I guess Butcher isn't doing anything anymore on the weapon, but that's okay. Hold on, let's go back and make a better weapon. My agility rating changed. Yeah, that's because my equip load is different now. It's okay.
Chaos.
Oh.
Fallen Guardians dual wield. Is there any other set that has... Oh yeah, right, the Butcher one as well. Yeah. 289. Is this also 289? Yeah, it's the same.
Chaos.
I want damage. Oh, that works. So what's my attack? 471? Alright. Let's go back. I mean, our damage is pretty good. We've got pretty good defense too, I think. We've got how much defense? 1766. Seems good. Copium. No chaos resistant armor. You do realize this is my first playthrough, right? I mean, like, I know they've been talking about chaos the whole time, but like, it's not like I know for a fact that the boss does chaos. Seems like she does lightning.
Elamine, look at me. The chaos has her. Her soul is being distorted.
Distorted? What the fuck is this? Okay. It's gonna be one of those fights where I never ever get a poise break. Oh, that's the grab. Dude, what is this fight? This is so annoying. It's just a fucking... She's just a... She just holds her shield the entire time. Oh my god! What the fuck am I supposed to do? Just nothing? Like, seriously. What is this shit? Alright. Yep. Hide behind your shield. Recover all of your stamina. Perfect. That was good. Okay. If you get behind her, you can really get the damage going. Dude, I don't get it. Like, sometimes like, I'm pressing the parry button and it just... Maybe I was out of stamina. I don't know. Sometimes it just feels like the boss can just hit you over and over again without you being able to react or do anything. I think this might be my least favorite fight so far, I'm not gonna lie. This is fucking obnoxious as shit. Like, she is so fucking annoying. Oh my god, I hate this. Like, if you do too much damage to her, she just fucking destroys you. That was lucky. Dude, oh my god, I hate this. This is such a shit fight. Like, it's so shit. Yo, Broadmoor, thank you for the bits, by the way. I don't understand. Sometimes she just fucking she just tanks everything. And then other times you just wail on her. Yes, that was good. Wow, that is a big punish when you do that. That's good. If you get behind her, you do so much damage. I wonder if like unlocking works. I'm dead. I guess she did the grab attack from point blank range. She just point blank range into shield charge into grab. Neat. Oh, this fight. It's like, it's not even hard. It's just fucking annoying and not fun at all. Oh my fucking god, this is so fucking ass. No, just kill me. Alright, just any fucking day now. Just let me do something, please. Oh, okay. Bro, this fight is fucking garbage. It's just... There's no punish windows. It's just... You just fucking attack and just hope that she doesn't block you. Play spear? Yeah, the spear is broken. You're right. I just don't know what to do. Like, do I just sit there and just wait and just parry her only to follow up and then do no damage anyways? Like, so stupid, man. Come on. Come on. I love just flipping a coin every single time I try to attack the fucking boss, bro. This is such fucking dog shit. Like, seriously, this is so fucking shit. Who fucking designed this? It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Oh my god. I mean, you have to attack her from behind, except I can't, because she turns towards me too fast. fucking serious, you... I just don't know. I can't hit her, dude. I can't fucking hit her. It's just, it's like RNG every single time I try to hit her. I just can't. I can't fucking hit her reliably, man. It's just fucking impossible. It's just random what she decides to do for her follow-up. Like right there, I just got 3 or 4,000 damage, and then I do the same thing, and I get nothing. It's just like completely random whether you actually get to hit her. It just depends what she wants to do. That's it. That's all you can do. Now I'm gonna get grabbed. This is easily my least favorite fight in the game. This is terrible. This fight is fucking awful. Maybe I'm just bad. Probably just bad, but it's just not very fun. It doesn't feel like there's any consistency with the punish windows on this boss. kill me, honestly. You say she can't do anything by spam deafness, but if I spam that, I'm gonna be out of stamina in like fucking 2 seconds. Anyways, I parry one attack and then I do that and I'm out of stam and I can't do any damage. Like it's fine. This fight it's really not that hard. I'm just annoyed. Cause like half of her attacks, you just can't actually consistently punish her afterward. Because sometimes she'll just instantly go into shield mode and then you don't get anything. God, I hate this shit. Yeah, just get all your stamina back. It's my favorite. I love when you just fucking stand there and do nothing and just get all of your stamina back for free and I can't do anything. It's great. It's so much fun. I love it. Woohoo! You've got to be kidding me. And you instantly time your shield charge to kill me before I can do a single thing out of my animation. Nice. Perfect. Stop attacking her from the front. Bro, I'm trying not to fucking attack her from the front, but my dodge fucking puts me 10 miles behind her. And then she fucking turns towards me anyways. It doesn't fucking matter, you idiot. You start the attack from behind, and then she fucking turns towards you anyways. And now I'm gonna get fucking grabbed because I ran out of stamina. Because I have 2 fucking stamina to do anything in this game. I do 1 fucking combo and then I'm out of stam. things. I'm not pissed off because this fight is hard, by the way. I'm pissed off because this fight is fucking dog shit. Just to clarify. It's just an incredibly unfun fight. Like, this is just not fun at all. Honestly, I think you could even... I think you might be able to actually... You might be able to cheese her. like that move. Out of 10. Amazing fight. Truly enjoyable. I don't think there's a phase 2 because we actually got gear, but oh yeah, there was...
Nearly consumed.
I forgot that there was the armor set with 90% guard penetration. I guess that probably makes the fight easy mode. Oh, that fight sucked ass, bro. I've honestly liked all the boss fights in this game up until that one. That one was just not fun. It just felt like... It kind of just... I don't know. It just felt like genuinely random whether or not you get a punish on the boss. Like you can hit her in the back and then do like a follow-up, and then sometimes she'll just like instant 180 snap to you. And then other time you actually... Like there were moments where I could combo her in the back like multiple times in a row, and then other times I hit her one time in the back and then she insta flips around, guards my entire combo, and then fucking hits me when I'm at 0 stam, and then I miss a parry because I'm at 0, or well, like I fuck up the parry timing, I'm at 0 stam, then she guard breaks me, then fucking grabs me. It's like you can either get a full combo on her or you get nothing, and then you have to hit a perfect parry on 0 stam or you lose. It's just, yeah. Man. That was not fun. But there is 90% guard penetration on the deep shadow armor, so maybe...
Mortal, I feel your rage and despair.
Yeah, thanks.
Why does her death matter so much?
She was a good person. All she wanted was to protect the people she cared about. I'm sorry I couldn't do the same for you, Elamaine.
I mean, there's a heavy attack on... There's a heavy attack on this weapon, but all it does is... Like, it's not that strong.
There's no...
I assume she can just block everything anyways.
I pray Elamaine's soul finds peace, but I'm afraid we don't have time to mourn. It's Julian. He's been taken to the Linnon mine.
Julian.
The Linnon mine is basically...
Well, if we ever fight a
site.
boss who can
Prisoners
block
simply work
again,
there, don't
I'm
lose
getting
long.
that guard penetration skill.
We need to get there and...
I don't care if a boss is super difficult. It's just frustrating when the windows to punish a boss are like completely random. Like that's what the fight felt like to me, and that's why I got so frustrated, because I can dodge behind her and it's like genuinely a coin flip whether or not you get damage on the boss. Like, I just don't get it. I imagine with the spear though, dude, the spear is probably so freaking disgusting. My guess is if you have the spear, you just like, you activate Moon Stance and then you just charge attack 7 times in a row because it uses like literally no fucking stamina, and then she just dies. The spear is so broken. It makes me wonder, like, why am I even using anything? Why am I not just using the spear? You know? We even could have had a guard penetration spear. The boss doesn't even need to be nerfed. It's just not fun. Like, the fight isn't, it's just fucking not fun. I don't want to try it again. I don't really care. This armor looks pretty cool though. Oh, yo, Seki, thank you for the 58 months, man. Thank you, buddy. Did she drop good loot? I have no idea what she dropped. I didn't even pay any attention. That fight tilted me so hard. And again, it's not because it's hard. I genuinely just had to like... I just had to like suppress my rage because I was being like literally blinded by the rage of just like it's not very fun fighting a boss that just blocks 90% of everything you do. Except sometimes sometimes you just get a full, you get a fucking quadruple combo on her back and she just does nothing. She just stands there and like you fucking broke her AI. And then other times, fucking 1 frame turnaround. I don't know, man. This game's actually really good, Bach. Although the last boss pissed me off. This game's really hard. Well, unless you use the spear, then it's a little easier. I haven't used the spear in a while. Maybe it's not as good as I saw before, but no, that fight was awful. The greatsword is fun. I don't know, the problem with dual wield is I just find myself spam. You either like you just spam hurricane or sorry, Whirlwind or Howling Blade. And Whirlwind is like, I don't know, it's cool, but it's a little committal. Spear is miles better than the other two. Yeah. Like for anybody who's wondering, or like if anybody's curious why I think the spear is OP, is that so it's this tree right here. So you get striking an enemy with Moonlight activates Moonlight Stance, which grants additional after image attacks. So basically your third attack becomes Moonlight, which activates Moonlight Stance, and then if you have this skill, you get a charge attack. Now the thing is, if you're in Moonlight Stance, you can charge twice as fast. So the spear is actually able to charge so quickly that you can spam the attack over and over again on a boss, and they will get stunned repeatedly because you can spam it so fast. Now I don't know if that works on every boss, but it worked on multiple of the bosses that I fought. So basically you activate Moonlight, and then you just charge attack over and over and over again, and the boss just gets their entire posture bar fucking decimated, and then you riposte them and do it again. It's crazy. But maybe it doesn't work with like every boss. I don't know. To break an enemy's posture, use a charge attack. Yeah. Brilliant. Does it really work on every boss? I mean, I could try to use it on the boss, but I don't... Wait, can I go back? If I choose the mission again, can I go... It's this one, right? I'm kind of curious. I don't know if I liked the shadow reversal that much. Oh yeah, the spin thing. This move was fun. I don't know if it's actually that good though. Yeah, it's like an auto parry. All right, let's just try this. Let's see what this is like with a spear and guard penetration. Let's see.
Look at me. The chaos has her. Her soul is being distorted.
Oh wait, I'm not doing this right. Oops, hold on. been a while. Okay, now we have Moonlight active. All right, let's see. Honestly, oh my god, this skill does so much damage to her. Oh. Wow.
Mortal, what?
Humans.
Dude, the parry does so much damage. Like, I was spamming. What the hell is it called? This move, Phantom Heatwave. I was just spamming that when she was doing that combo. I must have done like 30,000 damage to her. I just. Like, why am I even using anything other than the spear, man? It's like the game has a built-in hard mode just like attached to the weapon. It's like Bloodborne, man. It's like, I thought Bloodborne was easy, man. I used a saw cleaver. Yeah, well, no fucking kidding. Oh, all right. Oh man, I'm sorry. That I let that fight get the best of me way too much. Try her again with greatsword. I don't really care. I don't want to fight her again. I mean, honestly, the guard penetration probably played a big part of the fact that that fight, like, I think the guard penetration helped us a lot there, to be fair. Crushed Dreams Spear. Do I have... I have Crushed Dream wrist guards. I feel like 50 attack damage is so much for a set bonus. For a 2-piece, I feel like it's really good. Yo, Aki, thank you for the 15 months. Kind of curious what people think about stamina regen and HP of each boss when the game comes out. Yeah, I definitely think the penetration helped a lot, but you don't know what 50 attack really means? Well, I mean, I have 475 attack, so I mean it's more than a 10% increase in my damage. Seems pretty good. Hope Greatsword does well against her. I think you'll be fine. Honestly, the fight isn't hard. Just don't let yourself get tilted by her blocking you. I almost killed her early on, and I just let myself get so tilted. Yeah, thank you for the 15 months, Aki. And Agamor, thank you for the 110 months. Thank you, dude. Yeah, the bosses, man. The bosses just regenning their stamina while they walk backwards away from you is such, like, I mean, it would be too easy if they didn't do that, in my opinion, but at the same time, it's like, it's just so frustrating that you as the player have no way to stop the boss's stamina regeneration. Like, you hit them and it doesn't do anything. The only thing that stops the boss from regenerating their stamina is when they're attacking. And the problem is they have these windows where they just don't attack and they just wait. So you just, it's like forced regen all the time. Hitting them stops the regen? No, it doesn't. Maybe some bosses, but most of the bosses, they'll just keep regenning, even if you hit them. Yeah, I'm afraid you're just wrong about that, Jamo. It doesn't. But, I mean, it depends on the fight. I think there are some cases that you're right, but it's not always the case. It does stop. Alright, do you guys, do you really want me to go, like, pull up the VOD just to prove you wrong? It don't stop. It don't stop. He's editing the VOD. Oh wait, what the hell is this? Wait, obtain rewards. Oh. You never opened the codex? Not really. Yeah, I didn't know that there was like loot you could get. Soul Cleaver dual wield. Learn Phantom Judgment. Hmm. Unstable Soul Tearstone. Oh, the Codex is cool. Yeah, honestly, I kind of forgot about it, to tell you the truth. Have I beaten the game? No, I don't even think I'm close, to be honest. This is the next mission, right? Level 69. Yeah, this game is pretty fucking long, I think. I need to order some dinner, dude. I'm really hungry. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let's see if Larks wants to get some deep dish. All right, I'm back. Oh, I still can't believe how much that fight pissed me off, dude. Yeah, I already did the Kazan's memories. I know.
This is the path to the Linnon mine. Poor Julian. General, when you're finally face to face with him, what will you do? He will suffer. Just like he made all of us suffer. I'll be there by your side to see it happen. They struck as soon as you left for Vitalon, General. They disarmed us and split us up. Those who were loyal to you were dragged away in chains. I heard that Julian's family's influence was enough to save him from immediate execution. I would never have imagined him in a place like the Linnon mine, though.
That's not good. The spiky nipples. It's kind of weird, isn't it? There we go. Yeah, I bet you could probably get up here. Oh wait, I don't have... Do I need like the leveled up skill? There we go. Oh. Wasn't the most useful skip. What an idiot. Can I? Okay. There are sneak attacks, but it's a skill you have to learn. In like the common skill tree, I think. That was a lot of damage. Isn't sneak attack just a brutal? I don't know. What's over here? Oh, shortcut. But yeah, when I dodge, I like leave an after image or something. This game's good. If you're looking for a challenge, this game is pretty fucking hard, in my opinion. I mean, there are some builds that are easier than others, but yeah, unless you use spear. I mean, even with the spear, you still need to learn the fights to a degree. I think it depends on the fight itself, but. It's not like I've been stuck on any fights for like hours, but definitely not first trying many bosses in this game. What's up, buddy? Plus 134. Going full murder hobo? Maybe. Now we spam the OP attack. I'm gonna need a heal soon. the main character male or female? Male. Spend special cleanse potions. Removes all attributes effects. You know, I would probably also be having an easier time if I wasn't going for like a completely balanced build. Also, where the fuck are these people? Oh wait. Oh right, I forgot you have to press triangle to unlock. I feel like health recovery increase might be kind of nice. Stamina recovery is good, but... Which of the 3 weapons would you recommend? I think the spear is the easiest, followed by probably, I don't know, maybe followed by dual wield and then greatsword. Greatsword kind of feels like the weakest to me, but I don't know, there's times where it does good damage too. It just uses a lot of stamina. Do I have more memories to collect? Yeah. Sorry, buddy, you were in the way. This does so much damage. Yeah, the auto parry is... It does so like the parry does so much damage too. It's like 3,000 damage every time you parry. It's crazy. Sent me out here saying there were more prisoners to watch. I was pissed at first, but honestly I'm starting to get used to it. Most of these guys I hear are Kazan's men. Ivan came in looking like he'd seen a ghost. He said the guards were feeding the prisoners to the beast. Told him to calm down and get some sleep, but he was dead serious. I've been hearing what I thought were animal sounds coming from the mines. Could he be telling the truth? Better than Gollum? Yeah, true. Purple. Vector set. There's a lot of different armor sets in this game, though. I will say. Okay, well, let's go up the ladder first, I guess. Is this Halo-like? Yeah. Man, we're starting to get a lot of money. Are the weapon types? There's 3 different weapons you can get. Spear, greatsword, and dual wield. They're all pretty fun. Spear definitely seems a bit OP compared to the rest, but they're all good in their own way. They each feel pretty unique, I will say that much, so that's nice. I don't think you spend gold to reroll stats. Wait, what? Julian's necklace. Huh. Chain stun begin. Wow. What a scary elite that was. The risk of rebellion is substantial. Monitor closely and suppress any sign of coordinated activity. Punish even the smallest acts of defiance with public torture. Show no leniency. Prisoners unable to perform manual labor, feed them to the beast. The beast. Is Liza P harder than this? I'd say they're pretty similar. Honestly, I think this game could be harder than Liza P, but it's hard to say. Because that combo puts you behind them, and then you can just hit them with the charge combo. It's crazy. Crazy. Why do I sound different? I don't know, man. Oh, shit. How do I miss? Alright, that was not great. Yeah, Liza P was nerfed. True. Kind of forgot about that.
To the beast.
I was gonna say, this looks like a pot spot for a pot enemy. He's got some crazy tracking. Oh, well, I try Elden Ring Night Rain. Nah, game looks. I don't think I'm gonna play that one. Oh, shortcut. That's okay. We'll get our shortcut. I probably should have just went down and rested. We got a lot of souls right now. A lot of lacrima. God, I've got so much lacrima. Why is there always a fucking archer? Piece of shit. I need to make more of the throwables, because they're actually really good. Ooh, cutthroat's ring. Rear assault, 20% on the rear. Look at that. That's pretty good. Tanky. I mean, not that tanky.
I can do it. Please, please don't get me to the beast.
Hello? Okay, there we go. I feel like you could jump that gap. I'm not gonna try though. Oh, hello.
They said you were dead, but I refused to believe it. I knew you would save us. You need to hurry though, sir. Julian's been taken to the execution chamber. It's at the top floor. Hurry. Those bastards are going to feed him to the beast.
I wonder if we're gonna see some people try to do no-hit runs of this game. This would be fucking hard, man. This would be like, I feel like no-hitting this game is like trying to no-hit Black Myth Wukong. This game is like really long. away. Scary. Gotta kill all the mobs to fight the boss? No. Not really. Claw slits dual wield. Necklace of preparation. A warrior. Damage increase on wind piercing. I got a new ring too? Trooper's ring? Wait, was that a full... Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the full warrior set. Interesting. I don't know what Wind Piercer is. Wait, no. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's the one where you throw your axe towards the enemy. Huh. Could be fun to try that. You know how to get the phantoms? You mean the summons? Is there really no way back up? Well... That's silly. I went the other way, didn't I? I need to go this way? Oh, jeez. The layout of this place is kind of confusing.
This is what we get. Just for being loyal to General Kazan.
Neo Cave, yeah. Like this is such a winding area. It's actually kind of crazy. Time to spam charge attack. He doesn't know what to do. Ring of Sealed Plague. It's boss time. It's interesting. You have to actually like... Wait, now I have 6 more. You have to like go on the... It's so weird. Yeah, you have to actually like scroll over them to get the frickin' points. Very strange. Can I not level? Oops. Surely this is enough. How much does it cost? 46,000? Damn. $330? Jesus. Mercenary. Ranged attack increase. Yeah, I want to do more DS2 randomizer. I was thinking about doing some today even. But I've been enjoying this game, so. I'm not planning on no-hitting anything. I don't really like no-hit runs.
He's here. Release the beast.
So cool. plague me. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like fucking. I'm just like face tanking at this point, honestly. What is that? Yeah, I hope there's no phase 2. This one is easier with the dual wield. I'm just gonna do it with the spear. We'll go back to different builds later. Frickin' plague. Do I have plague resist? I do. I have no idea what elements are best against what. Like, what's good against a plague monster? I don't know. Is this the grab? that the? I think that was the grab. I don't know. That was good though. Too early still. Phase, but this fight doesn't seem too bad so far. Is this the grab?
General!
Oh dear. Okay. Thank you. That was a cool fight. Kind of trivialized it with the spear, but, well, I mean, the fight didn't seem too bad overall either way. The parries were pretty, like, I don't know, some bosses in this game are so hard to parry because you can, like, barely see their moves. I feel like it's much easier to parry the bigger bosses. I thought there would be a second phase, honestly,
General,
but he did have a lot of health.
It's so good to see you again. I prayed you had survived the Emperor's wrath. I came here intentionally, sir. If I'd stayed in Vitellon, I would have been dead. General, there's something I must speak to you about. Please, listen carefully. Yes, my family's name was helpful at first, but I went to Osmar to ask his help in clearing your name. But it was all for nothing. They told me he was a traitor like you, and had already been executed. I regret to say I was in despair. You arrested and disgraced, Osmar executed. What hope was left? But then secret word came to me from someone who had seen Osmar alive. She knew him, and had once been his apprentice. She said Osmar was alive. I believed her. But then she died, suddenly and strangely, before she could reveal any more. After that, I started asking more questions, unafraid of the danger. If only I could discover the truth. The truth that Osmar's death was a lie, and that he must indeed still be alive. There was much risk, but finally, I found him. I saw him, General, alive, meeting in secret with the Emperor. Everything that has happened is part of Osmar's plan.
No. This cannot be.
You know me, General. Would I ever dare lie to you?
I must know the truth for myself. I must go find Osmar.
Ozma! Why are you doing this?
Whoa.
The time has come.
Ads in the middle of the cinematic. I'm sorry. Are we back to the crevice now? Yeah, I think we are.
Where I must go.
I don't know where Ozma is, but I know Trocker is in Aldavir, Ozma's closest mage ally. Everything you used to say about Ozma, General. He seemed so pure and honorable.
Alright. I wonder if we go to a new pillar now. Oh, I think we do. Yep. Third pillar.
We've got...
Max Spirit? Wait, what? I wonder if we're gonna be able to get up there as well in this realm. Have any crappy blues I can extract? Do I intend to return to DS2 Rando? No, I'm just gonna play this game for the rest of my life. Wait, what's up here? Oh. What if you could, like, jump the gap? Oh wait, you can't do attacks here anyways. Alright, well yeah, my food got here guys, so I think this is a good stopping point. We made it to the next map, or zone, whatever the hell you want to call it. Lake City Aldavir. But yeah, I'm pretty hungry guys. I started my stream a bit late today. So yeah, I'm gonna go get some dinner, or go eat my dinner. But yeah, thank you all for watching everybody. Appreciate you guys all being here. We will do more DS2 rando. We might actually even do some DS2 rando to start tomorrow. And then we'll play some more of this after. But we'll see. We might also just play Berserker all day tomorrow. But we shall see. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat my deep dish pizza.